Hello, welcome to another stream of Assassin's Creed Black Flag. This is the Phase 2 music only part of celebrating the game's 10th anniversary. And this weekend, it'll be this playthrough that I'm doing for Assassin's Creed weekends. This first playthrough, well, not this first playthrough, but this first save file, unique. There's another playthrough I've got going of this game that is a longer term one, and the last stream, which it says there the 4th of June, I actually started that stream on the 3rd of June. It's just that by the time I finished the stream it was the next day, Sunday, early in the morning. So with that unique playthrough, the next stream for that playthrough is on the 24th, and the reason that playthrough, the next part of the story, is going to be played on the 24th is because we got up to the point in the story where James Kidd tells Edward to meet them in a few weeks' time at this location. And so this playthrough, the unique one, I have to wait that amount of time in real life. So the 24th of June will be 3 weeks since I started the stream of Assassin's Creed Black Flag with the unique playthrough. However, that's not this playthrough. This current playthrough that this stream and this stream session is a part of is the music only one. So for this playthrough, I'm playing the game with just the music, no audio from dialogue or sound effects and that kind of stuff. And this is the one that we're going to continue on with this weekend. What will likely happen, because I don't anticipate I'm going to finish this playthrough this weekend, because I'm also doing Freedom Cry as well. But next weekend, what I'll do is I'll do another stream for the unique playthrough, and then once I reach another point in that game for that playthrough where a character tells Edward to meet them in a certain amount of time, I'll stream up until that point and then jump into a different playthrough. But we'll see how that goes next weekend. So with all that out of the way, let's focus on the music only playthrough, which is phase 2 of celebrating the game's 10th anniversary, and continue where we left off. Hey Templar, how's it going? Templar, opinions on the new gameplay trailer for Mirage. It was good to see. I'm still not going to buy the game day one. I still need to wait till it comes out and then find out everything that happens in the game and stuff. But it was good to see some more things. There's things that I'm not that happy about, but we'll just have to wait and see. You're playing some Black Flag yourself. Nice. Oh, that's good. Ember, oh no, it's that day again. How many weeks will it take this time? What do you mean, Ember? Alright, so where are we up to in the story? Alright, so we're up to sequence 4. Ember, you mean how many weeks will we have to wait the next time there is a quest with Meet Me After X weeks? So this is a different playthrough that you're watching me do now. This is the music only one. The next stream to continue the story in that other playthrough, though, is actually next weekend, which will make it 3 weeks since the last stream. But that playthrough is going to bleed over until next year because there's actually a part of the story where you get told to meet them 4 months from that time. Ember, oh right, that's it. Yeah, that's not even this week. Exactly. Yeah, we haven't reached that point yet. Yeah, but the 24th will be the next stream for that playthrough. Hey there, Afro. I'll see you in the next life. Ember, 4 months. Yeah, yeah. There's a part where the character gets told to meet them in 4 months' time. I had the breakdown for it, but I was trying to find it the other day, but I couldn't see it. But let's see, where am I looking for? Here we go. Okay, so here's the breakdown. So the last stream that I did for that playthrough, um, Edward was told to meet them in a few weeks' time. So in real time, I decided to choose 3 weeks as the amount of time because few can mean more than two, or it can mean more than one. But because two, most people when they think of the word couple, they think two. So because the character didn't say meet me in a couple of weeks, then I decided to just go in the middle and chose 3. And then you get to a point where the game asks you to meet, or the character asks to meet you 1 month from today. So when I get to that point in the story, um, I'll have to wait a month of real time before I get to the next part. And then in sequence 9, the character gets told to meet them in 2 months' time. And then the last time that's a character in the game asks to meet them is 4 months. Templar, we're actually doing the wait for the set amount of time setting game. Yeah, not for this playthrough that you're watching now. That's why in the title I've got a different title to the other one. And the note to self: never simulate games in real life. Yeah. So I'm not worried about like the epilogue takes place years after. I'm not going to do it to that extent. Template, I think a few means more than 2 but less than 12. Yeah. So I decided to go with 3. And is that Adewale who asks for a month? Not sure from memory actually whether that or not, but yeah. But that's a different playthrough than this one. This one's music only. Templar, more than a couple and less than a dozen, yeah. I don't know if I've had this music play or not. So I'll just fast travel here and then see what music we get, because I want to obviously not talk over the music if we haven't heard it in the playthrough yet. Templar music in this game is top notch. It really is. Yeah, Brian Tyler's work in this is amazing. And Beway didn't know the Jackdaw was real. It seems his ship has been around the world 21 times. It's apparently the oldest sailing ship in the world. Oh, I thought when I first saw your comment appear, Amber, I thought you were talking about the bird, the Jackdaw, that you didn't know it was real. But I didn't realize myself that that it was a real ship called the Jackdaw. That's cool. It's apparently the oldest sailing ship in the world. So there was two music tracks that we heard there. I don't know if there's a third different one or if it's just going to loop on itself, but I'm just going to wait and see what happens. And then if it loops on itself, I'll go and do something else. I will be accessing the areas where the legendary ships are in this playthrough, but just for the music though, I won't actually be taking them on. There will be a playthrough, however, to celebrate the game's 10th anniversary where I will actually include the legendary ships. But for this music only playthrough, I just want to get the music that plays when you actually go and fight one of those legendary ships. But I want to wait until the ship is a bit more upgraded than what it is, just so I can last longer. Because obviously, if I'm going to want to hear the whole bit of music, I need to make sure that we don't die 5 seconds into the fight. So I'll just wait until I get to that point where I've got the ship upgraded a decent amount enough, and then that way I can just spend more time waiting for the music um, before I get destroyed by the other ship. All right, no music is kicked in again, it seems. Now it makes me wonder too if there's different music depending on where you've anchored your ship. Might just test that theory. If we go and fast travel to, let's have a look, see. That wants us to go back to Nassau, but I don't want to go back there yet. Let's go here and just see if there's any different music that plays when you're static on the ship. Hey there, Ronnie. Welcome on in, dude. How's things going? Hey there, Godfather. How's things? Ronnie, things are going well. You're minutes from bedtime, but hopefully 8 hours from streaming some Watch Dogs. Absolutely, dude. Yeah, it'll be good to see you continue that playthrough, that's for sure. Glad things are going well. Alright, so that was different music being here. Just want to see if there's different music when just roaming around in this area. It'd be so cool to have an area where you can just go and just, watch the waterfalls. Ember watched a video some days ago where 20 really strong gym guys couldn't handle a rope contest against a lioness, but in the series, Bayek Edward casually takes on hippos, crocodiles, and tiger and lions. Yeah, it's funny in video games how characters can actually take on things that is very difficult in real life, but is easier in a video game. Alright, so there was some music there that we could listen to that we hadn't heard yet. Um, and we can go to Kingston. Might go there and hear what music we can hear there. Actually, I can't go there yet, that's right. I can see it there, but I can't fast travel there yet because we haven't been there yet in the story. Or I haven't been there yet before the story. Alright, in that case, what I might do is do some traveling out at sea and get the music while traveling out at sea. Although we'll probably get to a point, yeah, we'll probably get to a point where the game will be like, you can't go past this section or something like that. But we'll go for a travel anyway. And but wish you were a character in a video game, there would be no worries. Even if you died, you could just respawn. Exactly. Actually, that's what I need to do. I just remembered. Alright, so just so I can get the music that plays when you're out at sea uninterrupted, I'm going to temporarily turn off the sea shanties. Because the sea shanties, even when you turn them off, sometimes they'll automatically start. So I'll just turn them off completely for now so you can hear the music when you're sailing alone without the interruption from it. Alright, before the music goes to something else, I'll just catch up on chat. Hello there, Shin. How's things going? Hey there, Death. Welcome on in. Hello, how's it going? I'm doing good. Things are going well. Harbinger, thank you so much for contributing the points to the AC Brotherhood 100% challenge. Thank you so much. And same to you as well, Amber. Thank you so much for doing that. Yeah, Death. So I'm doing, for phase 2 of this game's 10th anniversary, I'm doing a music-only playthrough at the moment. Shin, thank you so much for contributing points to the AC Brotherhood 100% challenge. Thank you so much for doing that, Shin. Yeah, you're right, Death. That's definitely understandable. It's funny, at the start of the stream, I was wondering why there was no sound effects for like the intro videos. And I'm like, oh, so the audio in the options must be tied to all of that. Because in certain games, if you turn the music all the way off, it doesn't affect cutscenes necessarily. So I was surprised at that. I was like, oh, that's right. Hey there, Royal Twix. How's things going? And Death, thank you so much for contributing points to the AC Brotherhood 100% challenge. So that is now at 74% towards the goal. Hey there, Stanley. Welcome on in. Hope it's going well. Hey there, Sir McDonald. I hope things are going good. Shin, you hear the sad news about Einstein Barnes, the dog who was used for Kane in Red Dead Redemption 2. Can't say I have, Shin, but I'm imagining from what you're implying that the dog has passed away. If so, that's very unfortunate. Yeah, yeah, that's a shame. His his performance will live on in that game forever. So at the moment, I just want to cover the exploration music on the ship, of which some should kick in soon. Then it also changes depending on the weather in the game too. If it's very like windy and hurricanes and all that kind of stuff, you'll get different music as well. This music we've already heard in the playthrough, so I'll talk over it. This is music that also plays when you're roaming around certain parts of the game as well on foot. So any music in this playthrough that has already been heard, I'll talk over it and all that kind of stuff. Alright, we've heard this music before as well in the playthrough. So we're in a restricted area at the moment, and I want to see if there's any music that will play that's different if we're in the restricted area, but obviously there'll be music when you're engaged in battle, but I want to focus on that as a separate thing. I want to focus first on music that plays when you're exploring areas. Now at the moment, because the sea is pretty calm, there'll probably be just a certain amount of the same music that will play, but when the weather changes, hopefully we'll get some different ones, especially when it gets like really heavy rain and stuff. Alright, what I might do to see if we can get it to change the weather in the game, let's have a look at point where I can fast travel. Alright, so let's go for this spot here to uncover it. I think I updated the command for the unique playthrough. So I've got a different other playthrough happening of Black Flag. Yeah, so that's the information about what that playthrough covers. It's parallel to celebrating this game's 10th anniversary. I knew that there was no way I was going to actually be able to do that whole playthrough in 1 year, given doing the annual playthroughs and all that kind of stuff. So I decided to make it a playthrough that is part of celebrating the game's 10th anniversary, but is also going to bleed into 2024 as well. So it's a hybrid of its own kind of like unique playthrough for that fact, but also the fact of waiting actual real time to pass. Haven't you can't wait for 50-year-old Rod waiting to play the uppercut scene at the end of Black Flag. Yeah, good thing I'm not taking it to that extreme. That would really be extreme playthrough. But yeah, it's only when a character mentions to meet them in a certain amount of time. Had to create a cutoff point because that'd be ridiculous. I mean, some might say it's ridiculous enough to do a playthrough where you. We've already heard this music. Wait for a playthrough where you do that, but that's why it's unique. Sometimes for something to be done for the first time, someone has to do it. Onimus Slats, thank you so much for the follow. Alright, so the game's not going to play ball with me. We'll just have to sail around until the weather changes on its own. Alright, we've heard this music before. Need to wait until the weather changes. As in, like, doesn't matter if it's sunny or during the day or night, but music that plays when the seas are rough and it's raining and heavily storming is what I'm wanting to have the weather do. I think there might be a fort though that auto happens, where they've made it part of the difficulty that the fort will actually have that kind of weather around it. I'm not Onimus, no. This is a music-only playthrough, so I'm not going to be doing everything in the game. I'd never say never about going for platinum in a playthrough of a game, but I don't do multiplayer stuff, so any game that has multiplayer trophies would automatically mean I wouldn't be able to get platinum in certain games. But that's okay. I'm not really like a achievement hunter or trophy hunter much anymore. Well, here's one dwarf she won't ensnare so easily. I have the eyes of a hawk and the ears of a fox. The dwarf breathes so loud we could have shot him in the dark. Alright, so this is battle music. But I want to cover that separately to exploration music. Thanks for redeeming that, Harbinger. When there's like a, what's the proper word for it? When there's like a break in the music and then it starts again within the, actually no, that's not the best way to put it. When the music's going, then stops, then starts again, that's something out of my control. For some reason, the game doesn't let the music just play all the time from start to finish without interrupting itself. Here we go. This is the weather I want. No, I don't think I got it. There's certain music that plays when you're traveling in the storm that's not triggering because we're near the fort. Which is good that it changed the weather by getting near the fort, but it's not good because it's battle music, and I'm not focusing on that right now. But there's other music that plays when you're just exploring and there's a storm. And it's not this one. That's my luck though, when I actively try to seek something out, that's when I don't find it. But if I was focused on something else, that's when the thing would happen. I don't have all the sea shanties in the game yet, so when I do, that's when I'll actually dedicate time to just playing all the sea shanties. Viking Lord, thank you so much for the follow. Come on, game. Change the weather to stormy and rainy when I'm just exploring, not when I'm near a fort or in battle. Actually, there was an island in the game somewhere. It's one of the it's an island where one of the assassination targets is actually located. That I think from memory is one where it always rains. Thank you for the follow, Ilkinabus. Hey there, Jonas. How's things? So, Ilkina, what made you choose to create a Twitch account? Were you aware of Twitch for a while and wanted to check it out to see what was what, or Jonas? Yeah, good. How about you? Oh, that's great, Jonas. That's great to hear. And yeah, I'm going really good. So this isn't the island that I was thinking of, but we did get some music there that we hadn't heard in the playthrough yet, and there's a fast travel point here anyway. Well, there will be now once I synchronize it. But what I'm really hoping for is some exploration music during storms while on the ship, outside of being in a battle. It is Harbinger, yeah. Benjamin Hornigold. This is where you assassinate him. I'm not grabbing every single chest in the game for this playthrough, but it'll still be good to get them when I see them. But yeah, the music I'm trying to trigger is during a storm on the ship, but not during a fight, just when exploring. Because I could swear that there's a bit of music that only plays when it's storming and you're exploring, but you're not in a fight on the ship. Oh yeah, that's okay. That's okay, Shin. Thanks for your initiative, though. Otherwise, normally it is like English only, but when it's something like that, I definitely don't mind because it's Assassin's Creed related. But if it was just like a random piece of another language, that'd be a different story. Like if someone was just to put in something random in Spanish or Italian or French or some other language, that'd be one thing. But I know it's AC related, so I don't mind doing that one. Whether or not I can say it as good is another thing, but thank you for redeeming the Bane impression.
Ah, Nola Irial, Toto, El Citro.
Thanks for redeeming that, Harbinger. Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. Everybody got stuck. Time to go around this way. There we go. So we've heard this music quite a few times now, so I don't mind talking over it. Jonas, Yellowstone just finished watching that recently. Oh, did you, Jonas? Yeah, that's a show that I haven't seen. But I think isn't that show 1923 or whatever it's called? Isn't that part of the same universe or something? Hey there, footer. Arr, shiver me timbers, you blackguards. How's things going, footer? Alright, I'd like to get those chests, but I'm not going to waste time on that. Let's just get back to the ship and continue to search for that island where the weather changes to a stormy weather. But I just want to travel around anyway while searching for that because you never know. I might get to trigger it just exploring as well. All good in the hood, fodder? Nice. That's excellent to hear. Jonas, yes, there's 1883 and 1925. You think, cool. Yeah, because the one that I saw advertised was the one with Harrison Ford and Helen Mirren. Jonas, thank you so much for the 2,000 points to go towards the AC Brotherhood 100% challenge. Really do appreciate it. So that playthrough, not only will I do all the memories and get all the optional objectives done to get 100% synchronization, I'm also doing that for the DLC as well. The Leonardo one, The Disappearance of Da Vinci. And I'm doing all the guild challenges. So courtesan, thief, mercenary, and assassin. Going to do all those. Going to be doing collecting of everything, so all the flags, getting all the layers of Romulus, um, getting all the treasure chests, all that kind of stuff. And I think I also want to include buying all the landmarks and stuff like that in it as well. So it'll definitely be a very, very in-depth playthrough. Hey there, Shaky. Thank you so much for contributing the points towards the AC Brotherhood 100% challenge. Thank you so much. And how's things going? Shaky, great. Just been doing some Morrowind tonight. How's the run? Oh, that's awesome, Shaky. That's great to hear. How's Morrowind going? I've never actually played that one. I played Oblivion and Skyrim, of course, but I never played Morrowind or the ones before that. It's going good. I'm trying to actually trigger some music when you're exploring and it's stormy weather, but haven't had much luck in trying to get it to activate yet. I've been able to, of course, get stormy weather to happen while taking on a fort, or at least not taking on the fort, but being close to one. But I'm trying to trigger a certain kind of music that happens when you're exploring, but in a storm. So I'm just basically roaming around and going to different locations because I think there's a location that could have the music that I want, but in the meantime, I'm just exploring around just in case it triggers. Wanted to keep it as a separate thing. Um, I also want to focus on the music that happens in combat, but because I'm taking so long to get the music just exploring, I'm not going to do that straight away. I definitely want to make sure that even though I'm doing certain things in chunks, that I'm not actually just, going from one similar kind of thing to another. Even though being in combat versus just exploring is definitely different. Would you say regretting buying Dawn of Ragnarok? Price similar to a full game that's on discount. At least the Origins Odyssey DLCs had a normal price. Yeah, yeah, that was the thing, right? Like here in Australia, the DLC was $60 Australian, and I could get, depending on obviously how much each individual game would be, I could get so many games for that same price. Hey there, Naruto. Hey there, Senny. Good day to you, dude. Welcome on in. Oh, it's going great. Things are going well. How about yourself? I want to trigger some specific music. The music that plays when you're exploring on the ship, but it's stormy weather and raining, but you're not in combat. Trying to trigger that or find a spot where it's going to happen. There's a assassination target that's on an island that I could swear every time I've done it, it's been raining and storming. So if that is the case, then that might be a good place to actually get that music. But I've been trying to trigger it, just exploring, and it hasn't happened yet. Alright, I think we've already heard that music that's playing now as well, because I'm also covering music that isn't necessarily, what Brian Tyler did, but also the music that other people had contributed and done for Black Flag. I want to also cover their stuff too. Because there's so much great music for just exploring with the Jackdaw. Hopefully get it soon. You're doing well, thanks. Woke up not too long ago and currently prepping breakfast while your two ladies take a walk. Well, that's great. That's great to hear, dude. I hope that they both enjoy the walk, and that's awesome that you're doing well. Hopefully next time, you can get. Well, sorry, you said you woke up not too long ago. I was about to say, it'd be good next time if you can get a sleep in, but maybe you did. But thank you so much. Yeah, it's definitely a lot of you know music that has played itself over and over again. So when that happens, like I talk over it and stuff. I had to turn the sea shanties off while doing this because even if you choose to turn it off manually, I mean, if you press the button to turn it off, it doesn't guarantee that they're going to stop completely for the whole time you're exploring. So I went into the options and turned sea shanties off just for doing this aspect. But there is such a lot of great music in this game, and it's cool to hear it separately from the sound effects and the dialogue because there's um, little bits and pieces in music that I find can get covered up by the sound effects. So it's good to be able to hear the music without those elements being covered up. No sleeping today. Woke up around 8 and went to sleep at 1 to 2, but tomorrow you have all the time to sleep in again. Well, that's good. Fingers crossed you actually get that because it's always good when you can. I also want to do like when I get all the sea shanties, which I don't have yet. When I get all the sea shanties, I'm also gonna just play each one. Um, I'll have to keep track of which ones I've actually listened to on stream in full and which ones I haven't, because the thing is, when you select what sea shanty you want, it doesn't do it in the order in which they're listed in the sea shanty menu. Plus, it can randomize, so you might hear Drunken Sailor, and then 3 songs later it'll come back again because it's a bit randomized. So what I'll have to do is have a look at the list of sea shanties in full, and then make a list of myself, and then cross-reference that each time the song's actually played, and then I can go, oh yeah, we've already heard this one, and then jump to the next one. So I'll be covering that as well as part of the playthrough, of course. I couldn't do a music-only playthrough and not cover the sea shanties. Like that'd be akin to being sacrilegious. It's funny what's tied to actual music, the music track, like that little. Crooked, can you imagine? There's people out there who turn off the shanties completely, Levy. Yeah, I just could not do that, except in certain situations like this one for this playthrough. But yeah, that like turning them off is like, come on, it's part of the experience. Sacrilege indeed, Crooked. Yeah. Cosmic, thank you so much for the follow. wish it wouldn't do that sort of like gap that it does, but that was the music that I was trying to trigger for a while now. When it's storming, but you're not actually in battle. Now, I could be wrong, and maybe this also takes place, or maybe this music also happens when you're in battle during a storm. But in any case, I'm talking over it now because we had enough of it uninterrupted. Except for the parts where the game itself interrupted itself, which is a shame. That's happened quite a lot with some of the music in this game when I've been trying to do this playthrough. The music's been going, and there's like a gap that the game does automatically. It's like, oh. And there we go. Alright, now that I've actually gotten that, I don't know if there's any other different exploration music when you're on the ship. Some of the exploration music that plays when you're running around on foot is the same as when you're on ship. I will come back to doing a focus on the music when you're on a ship, but next time it'll be when you're actually doing battles. Alright. So what I might do is I'll wait until the story wants us to go to Kingston, and then I'll worry about getting the music that happens when you just explore Kingston. Because I'm pretty sure there's different music exploring Kingston than there is when you're exploring places like Nassau, as well as Great Inagua. And I'm pretty much sure I've got all the Great Inagua music covered when you're exploring on that island. Same with Nassau as well. But I don't know if there's some individual locations that aren't related to where you go in the story that also have their own little bits of exploration music. I don't know if there's also exploration music that's different in one corner of the game map versus another, and all that kind of stuff. So I think that's enough for now of any music that takes place when you're actually on the ship. When I do go back to trying to cover music that happens when you're on the ship, it'll be during combat situations. So that'll be when I'll cover that part of the music. But I think what I might do is jump back into the story, and it's back at Nassau.
Here's a health to the king and
Come to think of it now, I can't remember if I've covered all the songs that are sung by the female variant, because there's songs in this that are sung near the taverns, and when it's the male singer, you can hear the same songs, and same with the female singer. And I want to cover both. So I don't think I've covered all the female singer variation of those songs. So I want to cover that too. But because I said I was going to jump into the story, I'd rather just continue down that path because I can always stop and do the other at any point. Hang on, game. You switched the mission start on me. Oh, of course, Rod. Duh, you watched a cutscene. No wonder why. Don't mind me. I just remembered we initiated that, and it wants us to go somewhere else. But yeah, whenever that song plays when Vane appears, it's very ironic. But it's not the only song that plays when he appears. At first I thought it was because there was a playthrough where I was like, oh, cool. The Down Among the Dead Men song is sung when Charles Vane appears. But then I did a playthrough where it was different music, a different song. But when it does actually line up like that, it's very ironic. Alright, now that I'm not specifically focusing on the music from the traveling around on the ship, let's go into the options and turn the sea shanties back on.
Farewell and adieu to you Spanish ladies, farewell and adieu to you ladies of Spain, for we've received orders for to sail for old England, and we may never see you fair ladies again. We'll rant and we'll roar like true British sailors. We'll rant and we'll roar all on the salt seas until we strike soundings in the channel of old England. From Ocean to Scilly is 35 leagues. We hove our ship to with the wind from southwest, boys. We hove our ship to, deep soundings to take. 'Twas 45 fathoms with a white sandy bottom, so we squared our main yard and up channel did steer. We'll rant and we'll roar like true British sailors. We'll rant and we'll roar all on the salt seas, and we'll strike soundings in the channel of old England. From Ocean to Scilly is 35 leagues. Now let every man
That's interesting. The sound effects for the cannons are still playing even though the sound effect volume is to 0. Really, Stanley? Damn. I'd rather not say, and I'd rather not cut your lips off and feed 'em to you.
Hey, boys! Out,
Sally Brown, she's the gal for me, boys.
Roll, boys! I rolled out one morning. Oh, Billy Riley was a dancing master.
The west
Billy
old ship that ever did
Hey!
sail.
Well, heave him up and
Ready,
away
boys?
we'll go.
The mate was Jockety Wet.
Did you ever see a wild goose sailing? All you young sailormen, listen to
Look
me.
ahead, look astern, look the weather. I dreamed a dream the other night. Lowlands, lowlands away, John. My love, she came dressed all in white. Lowlands away. I dreamed my love came in my sleep. Lowlands, lowlands away, John. Her cheeks were wet, her eyes did weep. Lowlands away. She came to me at my bedside. Lowlands, lowlands away, John, all dressed in white like some fair bride. Lowlands away, and bravely in her bosom fair. Lowlands, lowlands away, John, a red, red rose my love did wear. Lowlands away. She made no sound, no word she said. Lowlands, lowlands away, John. And then I knew my love was dead. Lowlands away. And then I awoke to hear the cry. Lowlands, lowlands away, John. Oh, watch on deck, oh, watch ahoy. Lowlands away.
say, was you ever in Rye,
boys.
Brad?
Oh, as I was
Now
going to
you're
die.
ready to sail for the Horn.
It is time
Help
to
me,
go.
Bob, I'm bully in the alley.
Oh, to me, Johnny Bunker, come rock and roll me over.
Oh,
To me,
poor old Stormy's dead and gone. Oh, poor old Stormy's dead and gone. Come along, get along, Stormy along, John. I dug his grave with a silver spade. I dug his grave with a silver spade. Come along, get along, Stormy along, John. I lured him down with a golden chain. I lured him down with a golden chain. Come along, get along, Stormy along. I carried him away to Montego Bay. I carried him away to Montego Bay. Come along, get along, Stormy along, John.
Hi, Iosif. Thank you for redeeming the random horror movie quote. How's things? I did Iosif, yeah. I've seen that one. And I've seen the remake that they did as well. Alright, so I've got one. I don't know who he is, but he's burned, and he wears a weird hat, and a red and green sweater, really dirty. And he uses these knives, like giant fingernails. That's from the original A Nightmare on Elm Street. Thanks for redeeming that, Iosif. And thank you for contributing to the AC Brotherhood 100% challenge, Iosif. Thank you very much for that. So that now means the points raised so far are 80% of the target. So thanks for using those points for that, Iosif. So when I get to Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, it looks like that's going to be met because I put like 30 days on it, so it'll be met. I'm going to do not only just 100% sync in all the missions, but I'm also going to do that with the Leonardo da Vinci Disappearance DLC. But I'm also going to be collecting all the treasures, getting all the feathers, collecting all the collectibles, doing all the Layers of Romulus, doing all the guild challenges with the assassins, the courtesans, the thieves, and the mercenaries. Going to do all that as well. And going to do things like the Copernico missions and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I'm going to do a really deep dive playthrough on that when that channel points target is reached. Yeah, it's been a very long time, Iosif, since I've done those guild challenges, let alone do like a playthrough where I, get everything done. I'm probably even going to include getting all the landmarks and stuff. Oh yeah, that's okay, Iosif. There's no trouble at all. Of course, I'd fuck up that so that the music that was playing would be interrupted. Jesus fucking Christ. Alright. Reload the memory from the start. So I'm going to have that whole music uninterrupted. Oh, they will be, IOSF. That's cool. The 20th of July. Nice. Oh my fucking god, game. What the fuck? I'm trying to get the music uninterrupted. Alright, so when I desynchronized during that attempt, I think the music looped back on what it was, so I'll just let that slide. But we're going to do the next memory. There will come a point where I'll explore Kingston to get the sea shanties that are remaining. Because I want to get all the sea shanties for this playthrough, and then there'll be a time where, once I've gotten them all, we'll be listening to all of them in full. But as I said earlier, they don't play in order, and they do randomize the order in which they play. So what I'll have to do is, once I get all the sea shanties, write down all the names of them, and then what I can do is, as we listen to each one, I can mark off which ones I've actually listened to, so that when it pops up again, I can just skip to the next one. Hey there, Barnes. How's things going, dude? So this music has looped on itself, so I'll talk over the top of it. So this mission, if you're trying to do it stealthily, a tactic that's good to use is if you have an enemy that you know is going to notice you, if you stay in their vision until the icon above their head fills to about the halfway mark, but then go into hiding, the character will actually go towards where you were and actively look for you, which means you can lure them into bushes further away, from a further distance than you would if you tried to whistle to get their attention. Oh yeah, Barnes, the Berserk darts are awesome. So good to see the enemies just fight each other. There we go. Wanted to milk that music as much as possible. I love that piece. Game Fanatic, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much. How's things going for you? I love that last part there. Not a word to anyone else, or I'll unman you as well. Thanks for giving the shout out to Game Fanatic Crooked. Oh, you're playing Assassin's Creed Origins. Oh, nice. That's awesome. Assassin's Creed Origins is such a great game. I hope you had a great stream. Alright, so that's another memory sequence done. Now that we're in Kingston, what I want to do is listen out for any music that we haven't heard yet that might be exclusive to Kingston. And as I'm doing that, I want to actually go and collect the sea shanties that are here. So with that playthrough, Game Fanatic, are you just doing the main game, or will you also do the DLC as well? I really like the hidden ones and Curse of the Pharaohs a lot. I probably like the hidden ones a bit more. I really like the story in that. Do the whole thing, main game and DLC. Nice, that's cool. There's a lot of great side quests in that game too. Alright, there's that sea shanty court. Good morning, ladies all. Finally tackled that guy. I do Game Fanatic, yeah. For this playthrough, I'm doing a music only playthrough, so I wanted to have the dialogue and sound effects turned off completely so that we can hear the music in full. Plus, also hear the little bits of music that might be covered over by the sound effects as well. Because some of the music in this game has like little tiny instrumental details that happen that are at a volume within the music that can be covered up by any sound effects that might happen, or dialogue that might be happening at the time. So I'm doing this for the main game, but also for Freedom Cry as well. And it's also songs that are sung by the people in the taverns and stuff like that as well. Hi ho, come roll me over is the next sea shanty that we got. We've got 2 left to get in Kingston. Yeah, Crooked. It's like, what the fuck was that? Hashtag physics. Yeah, it was so funny. Like he struggled to climb up. I struggled to, and I was pressing the button to tackle him from above, and all it needed was some Benny Hill music. But physics is crucial for a game, you know. You have to make sure it's realistic and consistent with reality, just like this. Exactly. You definitely have to. Like, that happens to everyone every day, right? Yeah, Game Fanatic. I've done it before with Assassin's Creed 3. When that game was celebrating its 10th anniversary last year, I did one playthrough with just the music only. But there's a few phases that I'm doing for this like to celebrate this game's 10th anniversary. So this is just the second phase. I do have another playthrough of this game going as well, but that's going to bleed over into next year because what I'm doing is whenever there's a point in the story where a character tells Edward to meet them in a certain amount of time, that's how much time in real life I'm waiting before I do the next part of the story. So on the other playthrough, I was told, or Edward was told to meet in a few weeks' time. So this, well, next Saturday, the 24th of June, will actually be 3 weeks since I did that stream. So I'm also doing that playthrough as well. But the ones that, to make sure that it's separate so that people know, the unique playthrough will just have unique in the stream title, whereas the other playthroughs to celebrate the 10th anniversary of Black Flag will have phase 1, 2, 3, etc. in the title. I wanted to do that so that people didn't get confused when they were looking at the VODs and go, hang on, is this part of the same playthrough or not? So they do have different titles. Thank you very much for clipping that, Crooked. Thank you so much. Hashtag Black Flag Physics. Thank you. Famous bad air guitar, Papa. Aw. I'm sure the dog tried his best, or their best. Harbinger, thanks for choosing the scene reenactment of Schwarzenegger. Okay, so I've thought of a movie. I just need to get the scene from it. Okay, so I've got it. You're trash, Brock. Excuse me. Your pictures are fake. Oh, Parker, you are such a Boy Scout. When are you going to give a guy a break? You want forgiveness? Get religion. What's going on here? Are you guys alright? Yeah, no, we're just horsing around. Look, I'm begging you. If you do this, I will lose everything. There's not a paper in town that will hire me. You should have thought of that earlier. What are you doing, Peter? Show this to your editor. Tell him to check his source next time. There we go. So that's from Spider-Man 3. Add a bit of Bully Maguire there. You'll get your rent when you fix this damn door. Thanks for redeeming that, Ember.
Ah, Father, did you always know how to sail a boat? The Jackdaw is a ship, Jenny, not a boat. But did you always know? No, no. I learned after leaving Bristol. After you left Mother.
Thanks for redeeming that, Ember. Okay, it's like, a boat? I see no boat. This is a ship. But that last scene with Jenny, and after that when Edward goes to the opera with them, when she gets mad for calling her Kenway, are so good. That's true. And the thing about that conversation too is when Edward is talking to Jenny and he says things like, you know, I was doing this for you and for your mother. Like, All right, I think I've heard that one before, but I wasn't 100% sure, so I wanted to just let it play through without interrupting it. But yeah, when Edward is talking to Jenny, and Edward says that he was doing it to help, his her mother and her, and she's like, "Not me. You didn't know about me." Um, from Edward's perspective, like, because he now knows that he has a daughter, um, the fact that he was trying to get, all these riches and money and all that kind of stuff, um, is that if he had known about Jenny, then he would have wanted her to live a life. Like, if he knew about her or knew that Caroline was pregnant, not long after he had left, then he probably would also want that money for Jenny as well. But obviously, by the time he finds out, Jenny's been alive for quite a few years, and he's still trying to get used to the idea that he's actually got a daughter as well, because he's sort of like, saying these things that were his motivations years ago, and incorporating her into them now that he knows about her. But she obviously is smart enough to know that he went away a long time ago, and that it was just her and her mother. And you're right, Ember. Obviously she knew a lot about Edward based on what Caroline was saying, and it would definitely be from Caroline's perspective as well. Like, from her perspective, Edward wanting to actually have a better life, and everything with the financial side of things. She is sort of like, I would say that she resents Edward because she feels like her being a part of his life isn't good enough for him. And there's something to that effect that she asks in one of the flashback sequences of Edward. Can't you ever be satisfied, with that or with me or something like that as well? So when she would speak to Jenny about what happened, obviously it would be from Caroline's resented perspective. But it's totally understandable to resent Edward for what he did, and that's part of Edward's redemption, is that he ultimately starts to become someone that's better as well. And that's what makes it even more tragic to find out that he dies from treachery and being killed, rather than living to an old age and dying of old age. But yeah, Ember, she knows he wasn't doing anything for them. Of course, she heard from her mother that she didn't want so many riches, but Edward didn't listen. Yeah. Because also, like, Caroline equates any aspect of their life in relation to Edward wanting more as also meaning more than what she can provide as well. And that's obviously a point of resentment from her as a character towards Edward. But the tragedy is that they weren't able to reconcile with each other, because she obviously, her dying happens before Edward finds out as well. So it's a shame that Caroline didn't get to actually see Edward as he, like, after he had changed from his experiences. But yeah, Edward thought he would be back in 2 years, but that never happens. Exactly. Yeah. Because one thing leads to another, and then he gets embroiled in what's going on, and then the day-to-day of, what was happening and all that kind of stuff, that, 2 years becomes 3, and then 5, and then 7, just... That's just the way that it goes. Amber, one thing doesn't sit right with you still. It seems he wasn't even in contact with his wife. He got news from another friend. Well, he's actually been sending letters to Edward, because even Jennifer mentions about Caroline receiving letters. So he was still actually in contact with Caroline. There's even a point where we see him writing a letter and he goes, I think she's beyond caring anyway. And he crumples up the letter and then throws it away. Alright, let's get this sea shanty in Kingston, and that'll be all of them. Oh, that's fair enough, Ember. Yeah, like, we don't see him writing letters to her, like, very often. But yeah, he does write them and then send them away, but it's only at specific key points that we see him actually writing. Okay, so which sea shanty is this one? Handy, me boy, so handy. That's all the sea shanties here in Kingston. Alright, what I want to have a look at now is... Alright. That's not what I'm after. That's what I'm after. Alright, looking for places that have sea shanties. Alright, so I've gotten all the sea shanties at Salt Key Bank. Haven't got any at Grand Cayman. I'll just make note of that. Grand Cayman. Mysteriosa didn't have any. Got them all on Cat Island. Alright, I think I might have all the sea shanties now. But I'll just double check the major locations as well. Got all of them in Cape Bonavista, Havana, Nassau, Kingston. There's none in Long Bay. All the ones in Great Inagua. None in Tulum. None in Principe. And none in Isla Providencia. Okay, so I think I've got all the sea shanties. Now, I'm not ready to jump in yet and actually just listen to all the sea shanties in a row. But what I will do while I've actually got this... Well, I need to go to Grand Cayman, so I don't actually have them all yet. There's one more I need to get. But I want to go into the database and then the songs. And I may as well start putting in a list what ones I've actually gotten. Okay, so... Billy Riley. Bully in the Alley, Cheerly Man, Derby Ram, Drunken Sailor, Fish in the Sea, Good Morning Ladies All, Handy Me Boys, Holy Holy Ho, Hi Ho, Come Roll Me Over, Homeward Bound, Johnny Boker. Leave her, Johnny. Lowlands Away. Paddy Doyle's Boots. Padstow's Farewell. Randy Dandio. Roll and Go. Roll Boys Roll. Roll a Bowler. Running Down to Cuba. I love that one. So Early in the Morning. Spanish Ladies. Storm Along John. The Coasts of High Barbary. The Dead Horse. The Rio Grande. The Sailboat Malarkey. The Wild Goose. Got Loose. Worst Old Ship That Ever Did Sail. Where Am I to Go? Me Johnnies. Whiskey Johnny and Way Me Susiana. Alright, so I've got one more sea shanty to collect. And that's in the Grand Cayman.
Hey, so handy, me boy, so handy. Why can't ye be so handy? Oh, hey, handy, me boy, so handy. Oh, up aloft this yard must go. Hey, handy, me boy, so handy. Oh, up aloft from down below. Handy, me boy, so handy. Please tell me what is this sailboat's name?
Sailboat Malarkey.
Tell me now what is this good boat's name?
It's the Sailboat Malarkey.
Well now, me boys, we are bound out to sea.
Oh, oh, why don't you blow?
Hi-yo,
Oh, why don't you blow?
hi-yo.
again sails.
Hi-yo, come row me over.
Four men to furl again sails.
Hi-yo, come row me over.
5 men to bunt a bow.
Hi-yo, come row me over.
5 men to bunt a bow.
Hi-yo, come row me over.
And though you can just stay on the sea with the shanties without doing anything in Black Flag, that is so true. You can just go around and sail and go and explore around and all that kind of stuff. Definitely gives you that freedom to do so. Obviously, there's things that can cut off the music, like if you get into a fight and stuff like that. So once we get the last sea shanty, I'm not going to jump into listening to the sea shanties one after the other straight away, but I want to get this one, and then once I've gotten this one, I'll know that I've got them all. And then I think what I might do is actually leave it till tomorrow's stream, because I'll be streaming this again on my Sunday, and I'll cover all the sea shanties uninterrupted from start to finish. Wasn't expecting that sea shanty to start flowing away. I wasn't even near it. But for that particular one, you must have to only be a certain distance away.
In chorus with mine, come lift up your voice. To refrain, for we may or might never is a health to the dear lass that I love, or none can excel. Company and one to my lass, let us drink and be merry, all out of one glass. Let us drink and be merry, all grief to refrain, for we may or might never all meet here again. Our ship lies at anchor, she is ready to dock.
And there we go, we have the final sea shanty. Unlocked. Captain Kidd. Alright. So in tomorrow's stream of this, I'm not ending the stream, by the way, but I'm just saying that in tomorrow's stream of this, I'll cover every single sea shanty that's in the game and listen to it from start to finish uninterrupted. Alright, so what I might do is actually go and take a break and then come back and continue on. Before I do that, though, I just want to decide what I want to do. So there's also songs that we hear near the taverns, and I'm pretty sure I've gotten all the songs being sung by the male singer, but I don't know if I've gotten all of those songs sung by the female singer. So it's a sort of situation where I don't know what I might have heard from the male singer versus not. So what I might do is keep all of them as something to do, just to cover my bases, but I won't do that now though, or after my break. But that will be something else that I want to get the music of in this playthrough. Something else I want to do as well is take on legendary ships, just for the music though. I don't want to actually do all the legendary ships, not in this phase anyway. I do have plans to do a playthrough of this game for its 10th anniversary, including the legendary ships, but it won't be this phase. But I want to get the music at least that plays when you actually go and take them on. So I think what I might do after I get back from the break is just continue on with the story. I'll just go to this and then I'll go on my break. Alright, so now I'm going to go on my break. And when I do, we'll buy what we need to do this next memory. The game won't let you buy a diving bell until you get to this point in the story, so it's not a thing you can get earlier on. So I will go on a break and I'll be back soon. I'll take about 10 minutes. Stanley, who is this bully India Lee and Die Wing Bell? Die Wing Bell, die. Alright, so for the next memory, we need to buy the diving bell. This is something that you can't buy until you get to this point in the story.
As I sailed, oh, my name was Captain Kidd. As I sailed, my name was Captain Kidd, and God's laws I did forbid, and so wickedly I did. As I sailed, so wickedly I did. As I sailed. Oh, I murdered William Moore. As I sailed, I murdered William Moore. As I sailed. I laid him in his gore, not many leagues from the shore. Oh, I murdered William Moore as I sailed. I murdered William Moore as I sailed. I spied 3 ships from Spain as I sailed. I spied 3 ships from Spain as I sailed. I spied 3 ships from Spain, I fired on them amain, and most of them I slain as I sailed. And most of them I slain as I sailed. Come all you young and old, see me die, come all you young and old, see me die. You are welcome to my goal, and by it I lost my soul. Come all you young and old, I must die. Come all you young and old, I must die.
Howers, GG, thank you so much for the follow. I love that music when Blackbeard is scaring Bonnet with that speech. Ember Bonnet gets the best character development in this game. He is one of those characters that, since the first playthrough that I ever did, is one of those characters that I really like seeing when I replay the game because um, he always reminds me of Guybrush Threepwood from the Monkey Island games. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if some of what the novel on Stranger Tides. So this is the thing, right? You got multiple kinds of like things because the Monkey Island game was based on the book on Stranger Tides. So I don't know if in that book they based a character off of Stede Bonnet, the gentleman pirate, because Stede Bonnet, of course, is a pirate or was a pirate in real life. So I've never read on Stranger Tides, so I don't know if there is a character like Bonnet in it, but I do know that that book inspired the makers of Monkey Island. But there's definitely similarities between Stede Bonnet as a character and the way he operates as a pirate, and his sort of like personality and Guybrush. Guybrush is sort of like one of those characters that he's a bit dim-witted, but not 100%. He still has intelligence, but he is a bit of a fool and a bit of a fop, and all that kind of stuff. But Guybrush has his heart in the right place, and he's not really as like he's the exact opposite of what you would traditionally think a pirate would be, that kind of thing. And but that makes sense. Yeah, yeah. I'd be interested to see what On Stranger Tides is actually like, the novel, which incidentally, was the name of the last. Was it the last? Oh no, it wasn't. Dead Men Tell No Tales was the last Pirates of the Caribbean movie. But On Stranger Tides was the subtitle for one of the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, the fourth one.
We are outward bound for Kingston.
Howes, thank you so much for contributing points to the AC Brotherhood 100% challenge. Thank you so much for doing that. I appreciate it. lot of large talk, Captain, but is it your crew you sail for or yourself? Adewale has, so many great words of wisdom in this game. He's such a legendary character. Too bad the writers of Rogue decided to kill him off. Suck a muzzle, gobshite. You'll be hanged and sun-dried just as them that were in Boston. I can't do Dan Jeannot's voice for that character, but the actor who played Arno in Unity, Dan Jeannot, voices that dude that Blackbeard was just talking to. So Blackbeard there saying that meet me in Charlestown 1 month from today. So in my other playthrough I'm doing for Black Flag, the next stream of which will be on the 24th of this month, next Saturday, I'm doing a playthrough where whenever a character tells Edward to meet them somewhere in a certain amount of time, I'm actually waiting that amount of time in real life. So when I get to this mission in the playthrough that I'm doing where I'm doing that, it means that I'll have to wait a month of real time before continuing that story on in that playthrough. But that won't be until the 24th of June that I do the next stream for that playthrough. It's got unique in the title. So if you see me streaming this game and I'm earlier in the story, check the stream title and you'll be able to see that I've put a different title for that playthrough. But the unique playthrough is something that I'm doing, and the first stream I did of that a couple of weeks back, the character James Kidd said to Edward to meet them a few weeks' time, and few can mean, 2 or more. So I just decided to make it 3 weeks, and so the 24th of June will be about 3 weeks since I actually streamed it last. Pardon me for that playthrough. But that won't be until the 24th that the next stream is for that playthrough. But yeah, this is the point in the story where Thatch says to Edward, meet me 1 month from today. So in that other playthrough I'm doing, I'm going to have to wait a month after finishing this memory before continuing the story in that unique playthrough. So with that,
Nancy Dawson, hey ho.
with that unique playthrough as well, when it comes to because when I did the first stream session for that playthrough, I started it when it was Saturday, but I finished the stream when it was Sunday, because with time zones and stuff, I tend to stream, past midnight, sometimes my time, so it bleeds into the next day. So it won't be 100% exactly down to the minute and down to the second a few weeks since the last stream for that playthrough, but I'm counting when I actually start the playthrough. So it was Saturday that I did that first stream session, and I wanted to make sure that it would be on the weekends. So that's why, even though the save file will say the next day after, I actually started the stream when it was Saturday. And so on the 24th of June, it'll be another Saturday. And that's the last time we see Stede Bonnet alive. Ember Ore, yeah. Such a shame what happens to Stede. Stanley, they call him Stede Hood in America. Yeah, instead of Bonnet Hood, yeah. If his name was Stede Boot, it'd be Stede Trunk. You're allowed to be detected there as long as they don't get to ring the bell. If they ring the bell, you get desynced. This music is looped, by the way, as well, so whenever music in this playthrough loops, and we've heard it before, I don't wait until the music's over then to say things or respond to chat. And this is probably the hardest quest to Black Flag. Yeah, because you have to really go slow and be careful when you're on the ship. And the fact that it's also a tailing mission as well. If you hate tailing missions on foot, then you're going to hate tailing missions on a ship. Although I sort of prefer them on the ship if I have to have a tailing mission. Like, tailing missions for me, they do get annoying, yes, but never to the point where I'm like, get rid of them completely from the series. But by the same token, that doesn't mean I want them at every corner or every mission either. But at the very least, give people who don't like tailing missions the ability to not worry about messing up. You know, that's what I like about Unity, where if you get away from a target in Unity, you don't get failed. You just have to reacquire them. But there were too many tailing missions, but it was still tolerable. Yeah, and that kind of thing is different for every person and all that kind of stuff. When you think about it, the idea of tailing someone to a location, it really is understandable that you would have characters doing that. If they want to find out where someone is based, but they don't want to, interrogate them. They want to remain stealthy and all that kind of stuff. But giving people multiple ways to tackle a mission is definitely a good idea too. Like, if you want to have a memory or a mission in these games where you have to tail someone, but make it optional, give the player other avenues. So if the player wants to interrogate someone instead, they can just basically interrogate someone else who might also know the information, and then find out where to go off them. Or you might loot an area that the enemy came from when the tailing mission started, and you find something that tells you where they were going anyway. Little things like that they could do too in tailing missions to make them a bit more tolerable. That way players who hate the idea of tailing a character can find out what the game wants the character to find out, but make it earlier for the player so that they can choose how they would like to approach. And then those who do like to tail can actually do that if they want to. I mean, there's definitely games in the series where if you have to tail a target, you can actually just kill them and still get from them what the game wanted you to get off them. You should have bartered, mate. Love that line. Great bit of music there. That's talking about how, he's thinking now of how to make his 50s, as in his age, his 50s, quiet sort of like time. I like that term, bottleneck. Finding that balance is your priority. Your entertainment products are simply a means to pay the bills for larger and more, I think it's important, and more important work. That's the way the world works. Dirty money buys clean hospitals. You get it? So Letitia, of course, is one of the important Templars in Abstergo. And Abstergo Entertainment, while obviously they toe the line with the rest of Abstergo, the priority for Abstergo Entertainment in the eyes of Abstergo as a whole is pretty much just another avenue to make money with. But there's also other, things that Abstergo Entertainment can provide Abstergo as a whole, and that's why they want Olivier and Melanie to focus on the observatory, because the Templars higher ups, they know that there's something potentially that they could use, or maybe there's something that they could get DNA wise from that location. But at this point, though, they don't realize that all the blood vials that Edward sees in the observatory the first time he's there are missing the second time he goes there. But we haven't gotten to that point in the story yet, because the person experiencing the memories of Edward hasn't got to that point. So in a way, you could consider it a bit of a dead end for Abstergo. Because when you think about all the blood vials that there were, like, if you counted them, there probably wouldn't be like millions, but there's definitely more than 50. And who knows whose blood, because all the blood that was in there was Isu DNA, or the ones who came before and stuff like that. So that's why Abstergo, when they find out about the observatory, are very curious about it, because there'd be so much information they could get from that, from those blood samples. They're useless in the sense of being able to see through the eyes of the person, because they're long dead. But in terms of using that DNA and analyzing it and having the animus simulate what it reads in the DNA from the blood, the modern day Templars could definitely use all of that at their fingertips. But what's up with this fake moon landing stuff? So there are people that believe that the moon landing that happened in the 60s was actually faked. And this is sort of like, making fun of that at the same time referencing it. You don't even know if CGI could fake a moon landing in the 1960s. Well, see, this is the thing, right? Like, looking back now, we could definitely see that the technology that they had back then is way inferior than what we have now. But it's like, you think of video games that came out when you were a kid, and then when you go back and play those games, you can definitely tell where the technology is now better. But at the time, when you first played it, that was amazing technology, So even if the moon landing was faked, back in the 60s, they had enough technology to be able to pull off something like that if it was faked, you know what I mean? But when we think about faking something now, we think about, using CG and making it look photorealistic and all that kind of stuff. But for people in the 1960s watching that happening, to their eyes, it would have been completely real. So if it is faked, then it was faked really well for people back then. But if they tried the same thing now, but using 60s technology, we'd see right through it, obviously. But there's also, look, even if it was faked, I don't think that means that what we see from space since then is all fake. Let's just say that if the moon landing was fake, I would say the only reason it was faked was because of the space race going on there. And if they were to have faked it, they would have wanted to fake it so that they could say we were the first to get on the moon. But years and years after that, if they had faked the moon landing, years and years after that, I would definitely not think that they've faked every single thing like that since then. But yeah, there's definitely people who have a theory that the moon landing was fake. Whether it is true or not, I don't think it really matters anymore. Like, who really would care if it was faked? Like, what repercussions would knowing that now have anyway? You know, it's like if someone robbed someone's house 80 years ago and both people are dead now. Like, neither party cares anymore that the robbery took place. You know, so if the moon landing was faked, then what happens? Like, nothing. You know, it's way beyond. Like, if back then, like, let's say it was faked and they found out it was faked back then, that'd be a different story. You know, but so many years after the fact, what would be so? What would the repercussions be of everyone knowing that it was faked if it was? Nothing. And what could you do about it? Nothing. It's already done. You know, unless you can time travel back into the 60s. Stanley, what is real and what is anything? What is mind? Doesn't matter. What is matter? Never mind. And but this one was annoying. Yeah, I like though that you don't have to choose, like you don't have to get it to a specific section on the other side. You can get it to anyone that you want, but it can be annoying though, especially the changes in speed on some of those lines. I still have no idea what gets said to this secretary, but what I should do one playthrough is actually have just the dialogue audio active and see if it's any easier to figure out what they're saying. Like, I've got a feeling that some of the words used are French, but I don't know though. There's no subtitles given for it either to know exactly what that secretary is saying. But her reaction is of someone who's been told that something bad has happened, but it can't be something outside of the Abstergo building because why would she be running off that way? You know, like if it was something where pretending to say that, you know, someone close to them had died, unless they were running off out of there, but they're running off to a section that isn't really anywhere you'd escape to, you know. So I don't know whether or not they've been told that there's something going on in a different part of that area, like in the bathroom or something. I don't know. Be interesting to find out what they actually said. Geez, I wonder who these people are. Nah, they couldn't be. They couldn't be the people I thought they were. I mean, for one thing, the guy on the right, he had blonde hair before. So it can't be the same guy. And I never saw her wear that before. So it can't be the person that I'm thinking of. Wonder if anyone here at Abstergo knows who these two people are. Maybe they might be able to shed some light on it. I mean, there was this guy called Sean Hastings, but I don't know if it's this guy or not. I mean, Sean Hastings has blonde hair. I mean, they both have glasses, this dude and Sean, but that doesn't narrow things down too much. But, very curious. And yes, I do know who they are. I just wanted to play that up. So let's go back to the Animus. Sean Hastings. Sean Hastings. Or you could also say another way, Sean Hay stinks. As in hay that Sean has been in stinks. So that music in the lobby or in the elevator, I've heard that before. Because he's a horse. Ember Hastings is a real place. Yeah. Isn't it in England somewhere? Oh, of course, Ember. Yeah, now that you mention it, the Battle of Hastings. Yeah, famous place where some battle took place.
Our apprentice Tom may now refuse to wipe his scoundrel master's shoes, for now he's free to sing and play over the hills and far away, over the hills and o'er the main, to Flanders, Portugal and Spain. Queen Anne commands and will obey, over the hills and far away. We all shall lead more happy lives by getting rid of brats and wives that scold and bawl both night and day, over the hills and far away, over the hills and o'er the main, to Flanders, Portugal and Spain. Queen Anne commands and will obey.
And Willow. It's so funny when that stopped. Alright, so in this part of the story, I think we're landlocked. Yep. Alright, so I'm going to keep on doing this sequence. We're now in sequence 7. So this whole sequence, we can't actually leave Nassau, and we can't even fast travel on the island anywhere else. Fodder, so the Battle of Hastings was in 1066, the Norman invasion. Cool. Yeah, because when Ember mentioned the Battle of Hastings, that's when I was like, oh, of course, that's right. Yes, there was a place called Hastings that I had heard of. There in Ember, Anglo-Saxons were involved in that fight. Imagine being on the AC team and missing the Battle of Hastings as a part of AC. Rather, we have this pathetic game, Valhalla. Yeah, I guess if you really wanted the Battle of Hastings as part of the story, then they would have had to set it a lot later than what they did for Valhalla to cover that. Alright, so this music is looped, but we've heard it anyway before. But Benjamin clearly cleverly keeps Edward out of the discussion. Yeah, that's actually an interesting point, because he doesn't mention Edward at all, and I don't think Edward has ever spoken to Benjamin Hornigold and told him that if anyone ever, comes to Nassau who's especially like, this person or that person, don't tell them and stuff. So he's very lucky that he doesn't even mention Edward and say, hey, where's Kenway? Yeah, Amber, it can be at times sometimes. But yeah, I thought I was clear to just loot, but at the last second, the enemy must have turned around or something. Anyway, not to worry, this isn't a stealth challenge. Amber, you tried hard not to get detected, but ended up getting detected. Yeah, you got to be careful too of the snipers as well. May as well do this while I'm here. Get some materials and rum and sugar to sell. All he had on him was 9 reals of money. Geez, Commodore. You should have asked for a pay rise if that's all the money you have on you when you're dead. One of my favourite Charles Vane lines is coming up here, when he notices that Rackham is actually sitting on these kegs of dynamite or explosive barrels while smoking. "You'd raise a cloud here, lout." That's what he says to him.
steady she goes. Windy weather, boys, stormy weather, boys, when the wind blows, we're all together, boys.
Howes, hello, it's been a while. Yeah, you followed 2 hours ago.
In Scarlet Town, where I was born, there was a fair maid a dwelling, made every use well rue the day. Her name was Barbara Allen.
Oh, that song stopped. I think that song only plays at that point, and that's a cutscene that you can't replay. I was going to stop and listen to the song, because it's one of those ones that it seems to be just at this point in the story, and you can't replay that part in a memory. Some cutscenes and moments take place between memories, which means you can't revisit them. All right, now we can actually fast travel again, I think. Yeah. Cool. Oh, cool. How so what are you studying? Thanks for redeeming the scene reenactment as Schwarzenegger, Harbinger. Harbinger, 27 days for 20,000 gold points. Yeah, that's funny. Should have been 1 million. Well, when you actually make them, it gives you an estimate for how many points per person someone would need to do each day to actually reach that goal. So if I put 1 million, then that would probably take a long, long time. So I'd rather not have it take that long, and I'd rather give everyone a chance. So that's why I just make it 30 days at 100,000 points. Oh, you were, Howard, studying French. Cool. Yeah, I don't know any other languages myself. Alright, so I've got a scene to reenact with the Arnold Schwarzenegger impression. You create the world of the dream. You bring the subject into that dream, and they fill it with their subconscious. How could I ever acquire enough detail to make them think that it's reality? Well, dreams, they feel real while we're in them, right? It's only when we wake up that we realize how things are actually strange. Let me ask you a question. You never really remember the beginning of a dream, do you? You always wind up right in the middle of what's going on. I guess, yeah. So, how do we end up here? Well, we just came from the, think about it, Ariadne. How did you get here? Where are you right now? We're dreaming. You are actually in the middle of the workshop right now, sleeping. This is your first lesson in shared dreaming. Stay calm. That's from Inception. Alright, now we're up to sequence 8. So we'll jump 2 and do that. Be good to make a good chunk of story progress in today's stream, because then that way it can balance out with tomorrow's stream, where I have to focus on things like covering all the sea shanties and any songs that are being sung in the taverns. I've already heard some of the male singer singing the songs, but I don't know if I've gotten all of them. And same with the female singer, so I'll have to cover both of those as well. So I'll do that in tomorrow's stream.
Come on, boys, and go! There was a ship, she sailed.
Hey, so handy, me boy, so
I
handy.
rolled out one more.
Ready, boys? The mate was drunk and he went
Hey,
below to take.
well, heave him up and away with Nancy Dawson, hey ho! She rocked
Oh,
the boat.
poor old Stormy's dead
Sally
and
Brown,
gone.
she's the gal for me.
Hey, boys.
Oh, as
Oh,
I was
Billy
going
Riley was a dancing master. Oh, Billy Riley. Oh, Billy
you
Riley.
young sailor men, listen to me. There was a
Farewell
ship,
and
she sailed.
adieu to you Spanish ladies. Farewell and adieu to you ladies of Spain. For we've received orders for to sail for old England, and we may never see you fair ladies again. We'll rant and we'll roar like true British sailors. We'll rant and we'll roar all on the salt seas until we strike soundings in the channel of old England. From Ocean to Scilly is 35 leagues. We hove our ship to with the wind from sou'west, boys. We hove our ship to, deep soundings to take. 'Twas 45 fathoms with a white sandy bottom, so we squared our main yard and up channel did steer. We'll rant and we'll roar like true British sailors. We'll rant and we'll roar all on the salt seas, and we'll strike soundings in the channel of old England. From Ocean to Scilly is 35 leagues. Now let every man drink off his full bumper. Now let every man drink off his full glass. We'll drink and be jolly and drown melancholy. And here's to the health of each true-hearted lass. We'll rant and we'll roar like true British sailors. We'll rant and we'll roar all on the salt seas until we strike soundings in the channel of Old England.
There we go. Thatch is dead. I love that line. In a world without gold, we might have been heroes. Hey there, Fodder. Welcome back. Yeehaw. I love the shipboarding in this game. It's got a nice oomph to it. Whereas in Odyssey, I feel like it's just like, yay, jump across, just step across, really. you, you could literally have the two ships together and just basically nonchalantly just walk across, and you're on the ship. Whereas I prefer the pirate era whole thing of, like yelling and gunfire and explosions and, clashing of steel, all that kind of stuff. Has a more exciting feel to the ship rating.
The king said,
Yeah, it definitely is. So this is the first loss of Edward's, of someone that was close to him.
"Down Fairlington, drinking
Vainglorious Bastards, the new movie by Quentin Tarantino. No, just kidding. What it? Tarantino has always said that he's going to do just 10 movies and retire as a director. Um, Imagine if he did a pirate movie as his final movie. I don't know how many people would expect that. But if he were to do a pirate movie, it wouldn't be a traditional one.
to go now.
But I don't think I've ever seen him do, I don't think he's ever done like a fantasy movie. So it'd be funny for him to do a movie that's about someone having a fantasy about being a pirate. Plus, could make the audience wonder what's real and what's not. Is it the fact that it's a guy who is dreaming that he was a pirate in a past life, or is it about a pirate dreaming of the future? But it's not something that Tarantino would do, I feel. So if he was to do a pirate movie, he'd probably do a modernized version of it, but set back in that time period. So what I mean by that is any concepts that we have that weren't in existence back then, they would be in the movie. So you'd have pirate ships that have nuclear weaponry on them and stuff like that. Well, not nuclear, but you know what I mean. Like more sophisticated weapons than they ever had back then. With Edward putting his hand over the candle and the flame. In some ways, you could say he's trying to test if he still has any feelings at all. Or that he's not really caring whether he burns his hand or not. He's just holding it above the candle until such time as he feels the pain of doing it, or something like that. Maybe I'm just reading something into it, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's some kind of meaning behind why they had him in this cutscene put his hand above the candle like that. Or maybe it's what pirates did for fun back then. I don't know. Who knows? So it was actually 2 months from when the mutiny happened to him losing the ship. So for my unique playthrough, because that's not a situation where a character told Edward to meet them after a certain time, it means that that time difference in the story doesn't count in my playthrough that I'm doing, called the unique playthrough. It's only when a character literally says to Edward, hey, meet us in a month's time. That's how long I have to wait in real time before continuing the story. Alright, so I think what I might do is do one more memory sequence this stream and then call it. And then in tomorrow's stream, I'll cover the sea shanties. Listening to all of them, I'll cover the tavern singing by the male and female, and I'll also get the music when you're in battle with ships and forts and all that kind of stuff. And also when you're taking on a legendary ship, I want to get the music for those moments too. So I'll do all that in tomorrow's stream. But for the rest of this stream, I'll just get this current memory sequence that we're on finished.
said, hey ho!
Here we go. We are outward bound for Kingston town with a heave-ho-ho. And we'll heave the old wheel round and round. Good morning, ladies all. And when we get to Kingston town, the heave-ho-ho is there we'll drink and sorrow drown. Good morning, ladies all. Them gals down south are free and gay with a heave-ho-ho. With them we'll spend our hard-earned pay. Good morning, ladies all. We'll swing around, we'll have good fun with a heave-ho-ho. And soon we'll be back on the homeward run. Good morning, ladies all. And when we get to Bristol town with a heave-ho-ho, for the very last time we'll waltz around. Good morning, ladies all. With Paul and Meg and Sally too. With a heave-ho-ho. We'll drink and dance with a hullabaloo. Good morning, ladies all. So long goodbye to all your dears with a heave-ho-ho. Don't cry for us, don't waste your tears. Good morning, ladies all.
I won't be Harbinger, no. Once I finish sequence 9, I'm ending the stream, and tomorrow I've got a lot of music to cover. Before even finishing the main game, I've got to do all the sea shanties, and I've got to get the music from the taverns, the legendary ship music. So I've got a fair way to go. And then, after the main game's done, and I've covered that music stuff, it's Freedom Cry DLC, and it's also going to be music only for that too.
as I rolled out one morning, away you rode.
So in my unique playthrough that I'm doing of this game, when I get to this part of the story, I'll have to actually wait 2 months to continue the story from this point on in that playthrough. So that's another example of a point where a character tells Edward to meet them in a certain amount of time. So in that playthrough, whenever a character says that to Edward, I have to wait about that period of time in real life before I continue the story on. So in my unique playthrough, after this memory's finished, I would have to end the stream there and say I'll be back with this playthrough in 2 months' time to continue it on. But that's that playthrough. We're on the music only playthrough at the moment. That's the playthrough I'm working on this weekend. Phase 2 music only. Alrighty then, so we finished sequence 9. So that's where I'm ending this stream. Harbinger, is there another super secret playthrough coming after the 2 ongoing ones? No, not to that extent. But there are other playthroughs that I'll be doing to celebrate this game's 10th anniversary. I don't know how many phases there will be, but there'll be more than 3, because in celebrating Assassin's Creed 3's 10th anniversary, I only did 3 playthroughs for it. Same with Revelations and Brotherhood. But this year I wanted to do something different for this game and actually do multiple playthroughs to celebrate its 10th anniversary. So the only thing I'll do between this stream and tomorrow's stream is just get materials for Edward to upgrade the ship with. In tomorrow's stream, we'll cover the sea shanties, we'll cover the songs in the taverns by both the male and female artists, and we'll also cover any ship combat music that I might have missed, and finish off the main game story. If I can finish off the main game story tomorrow, then that means next weekend, after I do my stream of the unique playthrough, I'll be able to jump into Freedom Cry and do that for the music only phase as well. But I just want to thank everyone so much for watching the stream. We're going to go and raid Crocodiles. If you see me streaming this game again, you know it's become Sunday here in Australia.